This is a work session, so.
Yeah.
You forgot your gavel.
No, I don't need a gavel.
Yes.
Okay, we'll open up the subcommittees. Needless to say, I'm a little light on my Republican side, so if we get to a place where we want to have a serious thing, needless to say, we will not take up any votes at this moment. But I think most of the stuff, the way I've kind of visualized all of this, I think we should be pretty well unified. I think we should be all right. So we'll see how far we go until we get to maybe homeowners association bills, and then we'll hit the wall. Okay, start out with 1595 relative to establishing a statewide food truck license. Is there anybody here who cares about this bill? Yes, right. Just wanted to see. Okay, so I want to know who's in the room. So normally when we do subcommittees, we would never do it this way. We're much more closer and personal and have contact, but obviously COVID changes everything. If I understand this bill correctly, the idea was that we're going to create a statute that was going to supersede local communities, and I just don't see how that can work at all. And you would say, well, isn't it terrible that couldn't you just get one license and have it work everywhere? But at the end of the day, the 15 cities or the towns that care the most about it are the ones that people are going to want to have a truck parked there. And as we say in retail, it's all about location, location, location. And so at this point, I think what I'm willing an interim study it just to simply, that we'll take it up in September and just see, is there some way we can find some streamlined methodology for licensure, but for licensing these things. But at this point, so yes,
Mr. Chair, I did talk with the prime sponsor on this last night, and he knows that there are a lot of issues with it. He brought it forward because the constituent requested it.
Right.
He's, I think he'd be okay with interim study, or he would also offer an amendment to put together a small study committee to look at the issues. We've got one coming up. An activity coming up, and they'd like to be able to have more, several food trucks. And that is one of the issues that when somebody, in some town that wants to put together a fairly good size activity, that they'd like more than, a couple food trucks.
So when you talk about a fair or
right,
some kind of event,
something
do we
like
have
that.
one-day licenses?
But it's only
do
a
we
one
have
or
one-day
two
licenses for food trucks? Yeah, I'm sorry. Could you come up and speak with the mic and introduce yourself so everybody knows who you are. Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Colleen Smith. I'm the administrator of the food protection section within DHHS. So if it's a one-day event, they're exempt from our license. Some of the self-inspecting cities and towns do license temporary one-day events, but if by law, if they're operating 4 days or less in a 30-day period, or in conjunction with a temporary event like a fair or festival that's not greater than 14 days, they're exempt from our food license.
Well, that's even better.
Yeah.
So that kind of
Yeah.
takes care of that problem, huh?
Yeah, I think that it does. And I'll be glad to report back. He was unable to be here today. He had
Okay,
work.
so you'll let him know that. Okay, well, maybe we don't really need the interim study. I was just thinking that we just keep it around so we could talk about it. Yes, Representative.
Yeah, we have a bill coming up, 1043, that I think we should recommend OTP because it's establishing a committee to study regulations applicable to small business that sell food, and that would include push carts, and food trucks. So,
Yeah, push carts, we've got that one solved. So, but this one here, we'd rather have I don't really like study committees. I would rather keep it in-house, right? Don't you think that's
well,
a better?
why? Aren't we going to be studying this issue?
Well, that's what I'm saying. So which one you're saying you think we should?
1043.
You think we should pass 1043?
Yes, and put the first and second bill into 1043, and that would
Well,
resolve the
we
issue.
just, yeah, we don't have to because it's already in there, right? Isn't it already in 1043? I mean, I don't know, do you have the language
Yeah,
of 1043?
Pretty much.
I have a question.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We can decide which way. My preference would be to keep a bill. If you had a choice, if I had a choice between a study committee or have it within the committee, I would rather keep it in the committee. Because the study committee doesn't mean we're going to get appointed to it. Who knows who's going to get appointed to that study committee?
So you're saying that if we're going to be, this is going to be interim study, so we're going to be
That would
studying
be interim
it.
study would be is in my mind is sometimes better than a study committee.
So would we do interim study for the first three?
No, I just want to interim study just one of them. I would only interim study this first one. But let me see what the
Doesn't make any sense. We should do all three.
Okay. I don't make sense. I understand.
Could I ask a question?
I've been told that
I mean,
before,
I've
but
been in the
okay.
business for many years,
Okay,
so-
state and
Could I-
local regulation, including food licensing, food safety
Could I ask a
rules.
question of Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Thank you. So would this apply, though, to the towns that have their own ordinances?
The temporary situation?
The temporaries, yes.
No, many of them do license temporary events.
They
So
do,
it would be
okay.
that would just apply to those operating in the state's jurisdiction.
Okay. Okay, thanks very much.
Yes, Representative Greason.
Thank you. And I don't know who the question is for, so if somebody can provide an answer, that would be awesome. From my understanding from testimony is there is a state license that covers everything except for these, 15 cities that self-license. And then you have to go to each individual city to get licensed in each of those individual cities. So is there a way that we could have a state license that allows you to operate outside of those like a normal, but then a license that we can arrange with these 15 communities that they can get? It's one license to allow them to operate in those 15. It's a separate license they would have to get that allows them to get, because we understand that these licenses and the inspections and all that has to do with revenue for those cities, and they inspect. But if we had one license that allows them, they can purchase optionally, it's like a super mega license, so you can operate throughout the state, and then you buy the Super Plus, and then you can operate inside those cities as well. And then we could still figure out how to get inspected. If you're inspected in one city, it's valid in all the cities, or whatever, something like that. But that way, they can go to each individual city if they want, because that's where they're going to be operating only. But if they want to be able to operate or expand and franchise out, they wouldn't have to buy individual licenses. They could buy that one
I'll
big
take the
super
question.
license.
The answer is no.
Okay.
Right.
And this goes back to John Hunt's rule of licensure. Why do we create licensure? Licensure is our methodology, it's our hammer to shut you down when you've been bad. So that little town, that city, wants to be able to issue the license to operate in that city. If to say is we think we have a problem with you, we want to shut you down. That city can't. The only way it can exert that authority is if it has its own licensure, its own little baby. Okay? To say that we're going to create a state license, how does that little city going to shut down that business if your license is actually a state license?
Can't we work with them to figure out a means? Again, this would be the super license that allows these people to operate in those cities, and we can get them to agree that, hey, if this guy is violating, then we have the ability, some kind of ability to nip that license if he's violating something. But rather than going to 15 different cities.
No, because
to
you're
get
not going to 15
licenses,
different cities because you're never going to operate in 15 different cities.
He might.
No.
No.
Okay. You remember the food trucks that used to go around at
What if he has
lunchtime?
a fleet of them?
You know those food trucks at lunchtime?
I know
Yeah, what do they
exactly
call
what
it?
these things are.
Roach coach.
The roach
Roach
coach.
coach,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay. The roach coach never went beyond one city.
I understand that.
Okay.
But what if he wants
Why?
15 roach coaches? What if this guy is super entrepreneur?
And if this a super entrepreneur wants to say, I'm going to do all these different activities, he'll probably identify which vehicle is going to be in that city, and therefore get the license for that city. The issue is, we do have a super license. We have a super license as long as you don't go to these 15
Where
communities.
there's money to be made.
And the logic is that each one of those little, and I know that you're looking at the money, okay? I'm looking at as the rule of licensure. I'm looking as the whole reason they license them in the first place is that
They wanna
if,
be able
as
to-
soon as
No, I
you
get it.
sell that use, that salmonella poison,
Right.
they want to be able to shut you down
This-
right then and there.
this-
And
the
they don't
sour-
want to.
The sauerkraut that's really sour.
That's sauerkraut. No, I was thinking about that lo mein, that kid in Massachusetts. So at any rate, so the answer is no, you really can't sell that. Okay.
Works for me.
So this study committee, I just read over this study committee in 1043. This thing is all over the map, and it only has one person from Commerce. So it's like all these other committees are really environment and agriculture. They're all the ones who do you really want to pass this? I wouldn't want to pass this.
No, I think we need to continue the discussion.
Right.
We can't pass anything today.
Well, I would, yeah. Yeah, so I would like to interim study 1595, and then we'll kill 1095 and 1043, and I'll tell you why in a moment. Okay? Okay. So let's take the motion now. All right. So.
You want to know who's on the subcommittee, yes?
I have here is Abel, Weston, Fargo, and Herbert. And you guys have a full
No,
house.
McAleer?
I didn't have that one on here.
Yeah, you do. We have 5.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, let's see. So who was that I mentioned that it's not on here?
Osborne, Ham,
Okay.
Johnson, Abel, Weston, Fargo, Herbert, McAleer.
Abel, Weston, Fargo.
Grease is here.
How many?
Representative Ham is here.
3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3,
Osborne's
4.
missing.
Well, this is obviously wrong, this list here. I mean, how would you, there's no way I'm going to have 5 Democrats and 4 Republicans.
I gave it to you, Mr. Chair.
Somebody got pumped. Somebody was on and then.
Somebody might not have been paying attention.
I have a
That
question.
is not the list I have. The list I have, just so you know, is Hunt, Osborne, Ham, and Johnson, 4 Republicans.
Yep.
And then it has Abel, Weston, Fargo, and Herbert.
Right, McAleer moved
That's
from
4 and 4.
insurance to business because of 1502, 3, and 4.
Who moved?
McAleer moved from insurance to business because of 1502, 3, and 4.
Okay. All right.
I have a question.
Because he knows more about,
Does anybody have a problem with the motion of interim study on this bill?
Can I ask why we wouldn't just ITL this?
Because we want to have one study committee to talk about this whole licensure of vehicles, and just have one vehicle to talk about it.
Okay. Because I just see a lot of problems with this bill. It's just bad.
It's not bad. Every bill
mean,
has a grain of truth to it.
I know, but what this does is it costs the state, it will cost more to do this than we'll make in revenue. And then you're taking away revenue from the municipalities. So I don't,
No, the rule of licensure does not include worrying about fees. It's not about a moneymaker. And I really have to say to you, all due respect for your party, but we Republicans are somewhat conscious of the fact that licensure should not be about a revenue generating to the state of New Hampshire. The license should only be to match the cost that it would take us to implement that statute. We used to have a rep, A.V. Davis, she was on Ways and Means, and she was the god of licensure, and she would goddess of licensure, and she would make sure that no fee was absorbent. There was never intended to be a revenue generator.
right, but what if you look at the fiscal note, all I'm saying is it would cost $83,700 to hire a person to manage this, and we would only get about 40,000 in revenue. So that's what I'm saying.
If nothing
It's
else,
not-
that's a good reason to not pass this bill.
Right. That's why I was suggesting ITL, but I can do interim study. I'm
Okay.
okay with that.
Okay, good.
Just
All right, so Representative Ham is here. All right, good. So Representative Greason is replacing Osborne. Just a lot shorter. Okay, and Representative Johnson's not here. Okay, so, and then, but I have
Yeah, I'll take Johnson.
Johnson, so I have Patusek. Okay.
I said I'm here for everything.
All right, now we're in good shape. Who would like to write the blurb for this one? Don't all jump up if it wants. Okay. All right, I will move interim study, seconded by Representative Patusek. Is there any discussion on the motion of? No, we are executing as a subcommittee. So what happens when we get to the full committee, then we've already done the subcommittee work, whatever. And to be honest, why I do it this way is that sometimes someone will come in with an amendment. And I go, well, where were you when we had our subcommittee with your amendment? So that's my rationale of doing it this way. So
Could you repeat the bills that are going into the
So
study?
right now, this is just this bill we're doing is 1595.
Okay.
Is interim study. Okay, so. And the next two I'm going to ITL, yes. Okay.
So you've got some subs for your side?
Yes, I'm all set. So all those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. I'm just going to assume it's 8 people. Somebody can count it up for me. 8 to zip. Okay. All right, 1 down. 24 to go. Okay. All right. Okay. 1095, sale of fresh condiments and push carts selling frankfurters and pre-cooked sausages. A day or two after the hearing, I had this brilliant idea. Why wouldn't we do like New York City and have a push cart plus, so that you could have all the perks and everything as a push cart plus. And then we did a little research and found out that the New York City does require that you have a restaurant being affiliated and a facility. So I went through that, going through all that. And finally, I talked to Representative Wild and the sponsor, actually, the guy, his constituent. And it came down to what he really, really wanted was the chili dog. That's what it was all about. It was about the chili dog. And so then this took me another couple of hours. I don't know how long it took me to figure this out. And I said, well, heck, we already allow these pushcart guys to have anything that's in a single-use packaging. And which, evidently, much to my amazement, that you can get sauerkraut in a single-use packaging. Okay, but you can get anything in a single-use packaging, including chili. And so I duly called up the department, and she said, no problem. It's already in the rule. Because it's a single-use packaging, we don't have to do anything. All they have to do is have the cider on, the cider, have the chili, and maybe something else. I don't know. Maybe you can have baked beans. Right? You can have anything you want.
So, go ahead.
Yeah, I think what the food cart, or the push carts, or the hot dog stands, what they need to do is partner up with a commissary. Not that they need to, spend a lot of money in the commissary or time, but they can, if they want to have, their recipe or chili, produced in little packages, they can go to a commissary that's licensed by the state, and they can get it from there, or they can buy it from the grocery store. But if you work with a commissary, then you know the ingredients, and you can, and it's not a big deal. A commissary can, charge them just for the product.
The issue was that they really don't want to do business with the commissary. They don't want to do business because the commissary, the local kid, whatever around them, are going to treat them as competitors.
No.
Well, okay. So that was the person who came in and who introduced the bill. That was his.
I know.
He was worried about in Sunapee that he was, that. But the commissary, as I now learn, is a much more complicated problem, and so it's not easy. even just having the commissary, because you still, the whole point is their kitchen is certified and registered and yada, yada, yada.
Right.
And, but anyway, so the simple solution is, as long as that cart has everything in a single-use packaging, they can go ahead and sell it to the consumer. There. Representative Herbert.
But under existing law right now, if somebody hooks up with a commissary, they can do a sidewalk food stand.
Correct.
So that's legal.
It's illegal
If
already.
they want to do it that way.
Yes.
Okay.
All the more reason to kill the bill then, because you can already do that. Okay. Yes, Representative McAleer.
But my understanding that the mustard and the ketchup that he uses is in a pre-manufactured package.
Correct.
So my understanding is that the hot dog guy can't make his own chili and put it into a package.
Correct.
Therefore, it seems to me that some entrepreneur will make millions pre-packaging chili. So I think if there's any entrepreneurs out there, they should take
Well,
this.
I guess I would look at the department and say, think of that, that somewhat problematic, because if I understand correctly, if somebody were just, if they had the proper kitchen, how would they seal that package that would actually comply with the rules so that they could? You want to come over here? Sit. I'm sorry. Just stay there till we get. Yeah, just you can sit here and we'll stay here until we get through these three bills. Right.
So if they could get licensed to make those prepackaged chili cups, or if they're hermetically sealing them, they would have to, submit a plan and show that they're packaging them safely. But there would be a pathway for them to do that.
So like a deli. So what's the deli there in Jackson there? The only one that stays open for lunch. The Jackson Deli. So they would have to still submit a plan that they were going to be selling these to a third party.
Yes.
Okay. Because otherwise they can sell them now. They can, put it in the refrigerator and sell it now. A deli can do that now.
Yes.
Right. But in terms of selling it to a third party, would they have to jump some hoops to do that if they were going to give it to a cart?
As long as they have it depends on, again, how they're packaging it. If they're packaging it to be shelf stable, then we would definitely want to look at their process, because it'd have to go under heat
Sealed,
treatment.
has to be sealed.
Exactly.
Right.
So, but if it was just, they could do, a deli could do it, they have 7 days for the customer to use it without any kind of additional, like thermal processing.
Okay. So, Representative Bartlett.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So in the blurb, that if it goes into the consent calendar, it would be important for the person that writes this to just kind of say, there are rules in place for this, they can be covered, so the constituent understands that it was really not going against what he was asking.
No, I actually talked to him. Yeah,
Oh, you did?
He's
Okay,
all
great.
set. He's
So,
all set.
But
Since
it
you
sure
mentioned
helps
that,
to have-
Representative Bartlett, seconded by Representative Patusek, moves ITL. Okay, I'm sorry, never mind. Representative Abel. Okay. And seconded by Representative Patusek. Okay, for ITL. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, moved unanimously, 8-0. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. All right, now, last but not least, establishing a committee to study regulations applicable to small businesses that sell food. I feel like I've learned enough just in the last couple of weeks that I ever wanted to know about food, that I'm okay for the moment. And is there anybody else that thinks we should keep this bill alive? Okay, perfect. So who would like to make a motion? Representative Herbert, perfect. Second by Representative Hunt. Yeah, ITO. Okay. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, so moved unanimously. Okay. I think now we're all set. Thank you very much. Okay.
Mr. Chair, can you back up to 1595? Who's doing the blurb on that?
I haven't, let's see, what did the motion was 1595. The motion was made by me,
Oh, you're doing it, okay.
so,
Okay, I'm just tracking.
yeah. But if you'd like to make the motion when we take it up for the full committee, that's okay too.
Actually, I might do that.
Okay. Great. I will make that. Okay, 1503. 1503, they went through its final review, and they found 8 references that still needed to be corrected and readjusted. So hopefully that'll be available sometime today. So at this point, we're not going to take up 1503 at this moment. We'll wait. Now here's the deal on 1503. It is a 100-page bill. So once it's available, we will be making it available as a PDF for anybody and everybody who really wants to read it and go into it and get into detail. Yes, Representative.
I have a couple questions. Is this based on the draft of the universal?
Correct.
I have some problems with this.
Oh, really?
I do indeed.
Okay.
So, I mean, I've actually read it, believe it or not.
That's great.
It's not that bad because the part that has to do with blockchain is only about 20 pages.
Okay.
A lot of this is commentary by the lawyers that worked on the document,
Okay.
which is also interesting in itself. But I would suggest that we should all sit down this weekend and read it. It's not that bad.
Yeah. No, that's fine. But once we get it, we have to get the New Hampshire version of it. So that should be available today. So at this point, we're not going to take up because we don't have it.
You don't have it.
We don't have it.
I do have some issues with what they're proposing.
I'd be interested to hear what your interest is.
This free take thing, I mean, we have laws about selling stolen goods for
Okay.
a reason, so that somebody doesn't hijack a tractor trailer, take all the TVs and then try to sell them. But in this document, you can knowingly accept stolen Bitcoin, cyber cryptocurrencies, and there's no repercussions from the person who buys them. And I think that's a real issue.
Okay.
It's called money laundering, that's right.
Okay.
I really think it's important.
So we will make sure that once we get the New Hampshire version, you can see whether that's still in there or whether it's interpreted differently.
Christie takes over. What
Yeah.
happened to your amendment?
What amendment is that?
Did you have an amendment?
On,
Okay, so my amendment was,
So
we would call it UCC Light, which basically did nothing other than say this is what a UCC would look like.
I
So-
read your amendment, I didn't understand it at all.
Okay. So no, that's why that was the first, if we had to have this bill out before, early, okay, which was actually, it wasn't 1503, I think it was 1502, which we had to get out early. So the 1503, because that one was, did not have a fiscal note to it, that was the one that we would then be able to dodge that bullet of having to take action right away with the original 1502.
The
Which-
other issue here was that we were in the
Why don't you get a little closer to the mic so everybody at home can hear
I
you?
don't even have it on.
Yeah.
The other issue when we were discussing this in the beginning is that this was running into problems with the SEC, right? No?
This is not the SEC problem. No.
Okay, all righty, I'll leave that alone then. All right, thank you.
Yes, Representative McElwain.
Did I understand that we're putting all of this on the table awaiting the governor's study? That's what I thought.
Well, I have no idea where you got that idea.
All right.
The governor's study is out of left field, and nobody asked me about it.
So
It's
you're
not, it's not, no. So, Representative Bartlett.
Just as an aside, did anybody hear the article this morning on NPR?
Yes, I
regarding-
did.
Yes, it was very interesting, and I would suggest that everybody on the committee pull that up
Yeah.
on NPR.
Well,
It's about the problems that China's had, Kazika's had,
Well, no,
had.
China decided they
They're out
they
of it.
couldn't control
Now,
it. They
3
couldn't
years
control-
ago, when we were here discussing a bill very similar to this, you know, one of the arguments was that, well, if we don't do something about it, China's going to come in because they're doing so much.
Right.
Now they're out of it completely for a lot of good reasons. So,
No, I didn't say there was a lot of good reasons.
oh, well, I have to disagree.
I listened to that news
At
story
any
completely.
rate,
and they
I would
didn't say
really, I would really suggest that everybody listen to that article.
the
It was
Chinese said it took
comprehensive. It
too
goes
much
on-
electricity.
It's probably, you know, at least 10 or 15 minutes long.
So, but here's my take on this. Actually, what was interesting was the fact that where their setup is in Nebraska. Okay, and I have no idea what Nebraska has done, but I do know one thing about Nebraska is that they're a unicameral legislature, and so they don't have a feature that we have here in New Hampshire, and that is that if we were to pass this bill and send it over to the Senate, that there will be a whole new set of eyes, a whole new pause to really go through it and really make sure that this thing is safe, and that, yes, it is true, the Senate might punt and just say, we'll wait for the governor's commission, okay? Or they might hear that everyone thinks this is the cat's meow, and let's go for it and send it to the governor. So, and I would say that the one advantage we do have is we are a bicameral legislation, and so yes, there'll be plenty of chances to go through this piece of legislation. Yes, Representative.
Banking, credit unions, I mean, how do they feel about this bill?
They all are okay. They are all with us concept of the UCC. Yes, they think this is a great idea. And here's the reason why they think it's a great idea. The most offensive bill was 1504, which was the creation of a whole new division in the bank department. That was the worst possible scenario you could imagine. By doing 1503 as a UCC, simply a UCC statute, not only did the department that we have that oversees it, okay, the securities, had immediately come in with the appropriate language to address their issues, but in their over in the Secretary of State's office, we have our guru, our UCC guru, who has been working on this. So this is all done within the state agencies in terms of making this UCC thing work. And frankly, if at any moment any banks or credit unions or anybody come in and say, no, this is not a good idea, I would have shut the whole thing down. But at this point, everybody is very excited about us going forward with this. And I certainly hope you will find that true, too. Representative Weston.
Yes, thank you. I think that the difference here is, by the way, Pakistan and India are also on the move to ban this industry completely. So it's not just China. It's some of the major industrial countries. I think that the banks and the big financial firms are interested in seeing how they can make money off it.
Well, of
They're
course.
not going to put themselves at risk. They just want to be able to make money off it, which is why they're not opposed to it. But I think we need to really watch this industry very carefully because it's a dangerous industry. It's full of fraud.
Well, here's my concern, just to address that issue right now. Right now, and this is Herbert too, is I'm not sure, I bought some mead from our Moonlight Meadery, and then somehow I got a $40 discount if I sign up with PayPal credit card. Evidently, I now have a PayPal credit card. Not that they sent me a card, but I got it. But then I'm now going to go online to pay my bill, and right there in PayPal, they're taking crypto.
Yep.
They're taking it. It's out there. It's out there, it's exchanging, it's doing it. So shouldn't we make sure that if this is out there, and I assume PayPal is a fine, upstanding entity and not a money launderer.
They aren't going to invest in it. They're just going to make money off it.
Here's the point. What banks, in terms of like, as those of us who have trusts, okay, those of us who have trust, yeah, there's some of us would want, and some of us have trust issues, that we would want to maybe put it in our portfolio and have our portfolio managers keeping an eye on it, tracking on it, and reporting on it for us. Okay, so I understand it's a little scary. It's no, I'm not running out to buy it, but I don't do gold either. Okay, but at the same time, it's out there, and why wouldn't it make sense for the state of New Hampshire to at least, take what is going to become law in every state in the next 4 or 5 years?
But gambling is out there too. And some of us gamble and some don't.
Yeah, we're making lots of money off of that now, right? From the Super Bowl, then when they find
You're not making any money off
25% of
me.
our bettors were from Massachusetts.
But there's another issue here. We do not necessarily need to be first in the nation here. I mean, there are places where New Hampshire wants to be first in the nation, but I think this is such a delicate thing here. I just don't think this is where we want to put out the welcome mat. And the business with the trust, I mean, when the Pandora Papers were stolen, who was cited in there? New Hampshire is one of the places where oligarchs can come and hide their tainted money. I just don't think this is where New Hampshire wants to be.
Okay. Well, you're entitled to your opinion, and I'm sure your constituents would think you're absolutely right. New Hampshire should stay in the hinterlands on this issue. Representative Herbert.
A question I have is, if the federal government, does the federal government have the ability to supersede the UCC if they find it to be something that they don't want to deal with?
The federal government would always have the authority to supersede anything any state does. Absolutely.
Okay, so.
Okay. But you just understand the nature of UCC is that, and the reason why this is number 12, okay? If you go back and look at all the old UCC, the statutes, they're as old as our RSAs, okay? Right. And the reason being was that the federal government had made the decision that they weren't going to create all in one super federal law. They were going to leave it up to each individual state to have model legislation in which every state had the similar statute.
I'm not further. Would you believe I'm not questioning the previous UCC decisions?
Right.
What I am questioning is that this particular area is should be a federal matter at minimum, and I'm positive that that's where it's going to end up, and so therefore, you know my point of view anyway.
Yes, you think it's money
This is a currency
money
issue,
laundering.
not a banking issue, and as a result, the banks may be able to make a commission on getting their fingers in this pie, but I have a currency issue problem,
Right.
and so therefore I find it very problematic.
Fair enough. Okay. Yes, Representative Greason. Oh.
I have a question. Thank you. Is the objection the fact that this is a digital property? Because if the objection is that I hear concerns about fraud and money laundering. Well, that's been going on long before we ever had a personal computer. But if the objection is that it is digital, the Federal Reserve is already working to establish a digital dollar, a digital currency. So if you're worried about digital, take it up with the Fed because it's coming. So I'm not sure I understand what, excuse me? Understand, but I'm saying that the paper dollar is going to go away and it's going to be all digital.
That
Is that the
is
concern?
rumor has the federal government was playing with the digital concept.
Oh,
but
It's
they
not a
haven't,
rumor,
they're
they've
not,
actually stated they're working on
yeah,
it.
what I read is that it ain't happening. Okay, on the other side of the coin is, just remember, there are multiple companies in this industry. Bitcoin is not, is just, they're competitors. So it's a free marketplace on these choices of products that are out there. So it is not a currency, it's a commodity. It is, and I would have to tell you that one of the things when, and when I spent many hours when they had the original subcommittee, the banking department always took the position that it was not currency, that it was a commodity. And she called them beanie babies. Okay. Anybody else? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Representative Vargo.
I don't think we care that it's digital. I mean, I think that what bothers me is exempting it from security laws.
No, no. Well,
What is the need to exempt them from security laws? I mean,
okay, so you were right. It's only 20 pages.
so can anyone answer my question?
It's not a security. It's property.
That's your opinion.
Exactly.
That's your opinion.
Correct. Yeah, the SEC has ruled it is not a security, it's not traded as a security, it's treated as property.
It's a commodity. Okay. Okay, so everybody has a copy of it, and you can use it as for, on your snow day reading, and hopefully it will make you go to sleep early. And we'll be taking this up next week. Okay? But I sure hope. I mean, I hear your concerns, and I hope you guys will use the resources you have and the people you know to communicate, and people you trust, to find out whether this is something you want to get behind. But I would not. I'd say myself personally, I would not be pushing this if I did not think this was a good thing for New Hampshire. And it's not. As you know, I'm not that partisan. And so I really do think that this was a great solution in terms of how the role we play. And like I say, I was around when we basically decided that we were going to have no statutes, no law regulating this, and leaving it up to the Attorney General's office for someone just, to use, the right of pride of action and suing. And just the fact that the industry is matured enough to get to this point, I think
We
is.
don't doubt your sincerity, Mr. Chair. It doesn't mean we'll necessarily agree with you, but
Right.
we don't doubt your sincerity, okay? Just for the record.
So I just hope you check in and talk to people about it, because I think you'll find they're
We are talking, no worry.
good.
Thank you. In reference to the concern about penalties for receiving stolen property, I think it's a valid concern.
Yeah.
But does the UCC?
I have no idea.
Well, I don't know what's in here
So
yet
we'll,
either. I
we'll,
just got
we'll
but
read
my-
it. We'll read it and find out.
Would they normally address that issue? Is that something that would have been addressed in chapters 1 through 11 that have been adopted previously? Or would that be something that
I cannot say. I cannot say.
okay.
So. Okay. All right, moving along. 1146, relative to condominium insurance and condominium special assessments. Okay. So,
ITL. Everybody agrees.
okay. Right. So what do we have here? So Johnson's here, Ham's here. Patusek will replace Osborne.
Yep.
And Abel, Herbert, Fargo, Weston. Okay. All right, so who would like to make the motion? Okay, Representative
Yeah, I move that we ITL this.
Fargo. Okay. Up to Weston. And Petusek. Okay. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Zip. Okay. Okay. Okay.
So, okay, you made the motion.
Yeah. I'll write the blue. Well, we don't need it yet.
So who was not, when we had Abel, Herbert, Fargo, and Weston, who was not here originally? Was there somebody that came?
McAleer was not original. He was on insurance, but he moved over because of 1502.
And who was removed off of it? No, there had to be somebody. I would not remove somebody over without replacing somebody else.
Well, Herbert moved off of, no, he was, yeah, Herbert moved off of liquor, because he wanted to be on it because of 1502.
Well, everybody wanted to be on this. Okay, well, here's the bad
He
news.
wanted to be on business.
Okay.
Not me.
Okay, so Representative Petusek is replacing Osborne. And I am adding for this next subcommittee, I am adding Greason. And that is a, on business, and that is a chairman's prerogative. Yeah, we're talking about the, because I want to get through all of this, you know. Okay. So,
So is Greason off of insurance? But
no, he's just on here right
for
now,
this one.
right now.
Okay, got it.
So these two homeowners bill, because I don't think I would ever have created this list of, I mean, I've always would have had a Republican majority in creating, you know, so. At any rate, God, in all due respect, at the end of the day, for us to tell condos that they have to accept something they don't want to accept is just an anathema to me. I just can't get my arms around forcing them. And I realize you want solar, and you really want to have solar, and solar is, you know, if nothing else, we would love to see PVs on every house in New Hampshire, because then we would be generating electricity, you know, and good electricity, not nuclear or gas-generated electricity to run our electric cars that we're all going to have, okay? So there's no doubt in my mind, I am, you know, as someone who owns, you know, 78 kilowatts of, you know, PVs, you know, I'm absolutely with you. But at the end of the day, the problem of these homeowners association, condos, you know, whatever, is that, you know, when you buy into it, you're buying into that everybody there is going to be on the same page with you. And if you got a homeowners association where there's some stick in the muds who say, no, I don't want your house to have PVs, you know, I want everybody's house to look the same, all right, then you sold your soul to that socialist government, if I was to say that, okay? But, you know, but obviously, you know, you still have the right to ability to convince everybody in your community that it be okay. But if there are stick in the muds who don't want it, how is that really right for the state to force it on them?
May I just add?
Yeah,
a
no,
couple points? First of all, this is enabling. This is not, it's not a mandate. As a matter of fact, it's the reverse of a mandate. It allows the freedom of being able to put solar onto your, I don't know.
The mandate being that the association could say refuse.
Well,
That's a mandate to me, that you're telling the association that if somebody wants to put this on their roof, they have to accept it. Is that not a mandate?
No, because this is only enabling legislation. So you have ordinances and other layers on top of this. We're talking about the state level here. But what I'm saying about it's not being a mandate is that it's allowing freedom of the individual to have a choice, not requiring the individual to do anything. So it's not a mandate in that sense. So I just want to clarify terminology off the top.
Yeah, but I
here.
disagree with you totally.
That's okay. We've
I mean,
agreed. We've disagreed
you're
before.
saying it's an individual. This is an individual who lives in a community,
Yes.
and they want to force their community to do something when that the community could have voluntarily agreed with them and let them do it. But the
The
community didn't. And that's the reason why you have this legislation in front of us, right?
And the issues that the constituents to whom I've spoken, and I've spoken to very many because of where I live.
Right.
Where I live is fraught with condos and
Homeowners.
homeowners associations. The issues that they have there are twofold. One, many of these documents were crafted, and as we heard, crafted decades ago. The utility of solar has grown. The cost effectiveness of solar has grown. The interest in solar has grown. And so these people are saying that the documents, while they did exist and they were important at that time, are worth taking a look at now. So that's one of the issues that I'm hearing about this. The other is that they are hoping that the state will look at the idea that aesthetics should not be trumped when it comes to the opportunity for a fiscal economy, for the chance for clean energy. So these people are saying that things are different now, and that we have many people, as you said, who are very fixated in this, who are saying, okay, it's a contract, it's something I have to abide by, when we can change contracts, and that's what they're asking for. But again, it's enabling, it's not a guarantee. So if this bill goes forward, the city of Manchester, for instance, has ordinances and things that will make a difference here to our constituents. So those are the primary points here. There are many people who care about this. Right now, they have a 2/3 bar to get permission in their homeowners associations to make this happen. Many homeowners associations include renters and people that own blocks of homeowners units, and therefore the 2/3 hurdle is very difficult to reach. Also, the snowbirds, who don't particularly care about having that kind of interest whatsoever. So there are distinct reasons here why the individual is looking for an individual right that has not been accorded, because the documents came so far back in the past. The documents are worth taking a look at now, and that's what we're doing with this bill.
Okay, Representative McAleer.
Well, it would seem to me, whether we had this bill or not, that somebody in a condo association could go to the association and simply say, let's amend the agreement, let's get to modern times, and this law would have no effect on whether
No
they could-
need for this law. No need for this law.
But the bar is 2/3
No, well,
in
if
the
everybody
association.
in the community thinks it's a great idea, there is no bar. There's no bar. That everybody's agreed, yes, let's do it.
And we've heard testimony that people don't
Yeah,
attend the
it's
annual
just-
meetings, that they don't vote. This just opens the door for people to do something on property that they own. Now, this is not a condo. We had some concerns about condo versus homeowners association. This is not a condo. If the homeowners association owner wishes to have something on his roof, it's his ownership. He owns that. He owns the lot as well. He or she, I should be careful with my pronouns here, but he or she owns that lot and that roof. And now the things are different in the last 30 or 40 years since those documents were crafted. So the premise here, and again, obviously, if it's not something that we're ready to do here as a state, I think it will be something we'll be ready to do in the very near future, to allow these things. I mean, I drove by the gas pump on the way here. I paid my heating bill. There are very valid reasons why allowing our citizens the option for more cost-effective heat and for more cost-effective energy should be on the table.
And they should see that, rationalize it. Representative Abel's next, and then Representative Fargo, and then Representative Herbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to make the same point as was just made, that this is only referring to homeowners associations, not condos, and that there's quite a bit of legal difference between the two. A homeowners association, the owner owns the property and owns the building, and that there's no universal 2/3 of the members have to agree to this. There's a lot of difference among the bylaws and the deed restrictions for a homeowners association. I believe that this is a forward-looking thing, and that in fact many people who live in homeowners associations rue the fact that when the houses were originally built, that the builder didn't make them all be solar powered, so whether we want to act on this or not, I think is a useful debate. But I don't see anything in here that would change anything. I can't see where why there's any reason not to support this bill.
So if the homeowners association has written in their agreement that everybody who bought it, signed and agreed to, says there would be no exterior changes to your house without permission from the homeowners association, you don't see this bill basically trumping that deed restriction?
But that was crafted
I'd
many
have to
decades
think,
ago.
I'd have to think about that.
And that was crafted many decades ago.
Doesn't,
In most
I've never seen,
associations.
to be frankly with you, I have never seen a homeowners association agreement that doesn't have deed restrictions,
Oh, absolutely. I agree.
okay? And all we're saying here is that if it had any deed restriction that would somehow stop somebody from putting PVs, we're saying is, nope, rip that out of that deed.
And it just turns it back to the locality.
Representative Herbert.
That's the question I have. I thought I heard the sponsor say that some of these documents are so outdated that I kind of got the impression that they said you had to use gas or you had to use some particular type of energy in order to heat your home.
No, we're
Is
really
that-
just talking
Is that the
about
case in some of
external.
these? Pardon me?
We're just talking about external fixtures really here, rather than the heating system.
So it is not the case that some of the documents would prohibit solar?
As the chair said, documents differ from
It could have
association
been.
to association, so I
There
can't.
could have been an association that specifically says, I'll give you a frank. Now, I did my homeowners association in 1982. So I don't know if that's considered old or young, but in our original agreement, we wrote into it that everyone was supposed to not use fossil fuels as a primary heating system, and that the houses should all be just supposed to be solar homes. That's what I wrote way back then. I was young. I was in my 20s. By the time I got to my 30s, the homeowners association decided this was problematic, and they did remove that they could not use fossil fuels as exclusive, but they made the choice they didn't want oil trucks. So they said that you could use natural gas, propane as your primary heating system. And we uniformly 100%. We didn't have to worry about the 2/3. We 100% uniformly agreed to that homeowner's change. Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the state has established that 2/3 is what a homeowners association majority must be, then could the state say to each homeowners association, if we truly want to make this enabling, could we go out to the homeowners associations and say, You can establish your own majority as long as it doesn't exceed 2/3. And then you can make whatever, that way, any homeowners association can do whatever they want with whatever majority they decide to establish. They just have to tell the state what that majority is going to be. So if there's any questions
Okay,
that come
well,
up, the state now knows, hey, you said it had to be 60%, you said it had to be 51%, you said it had to be whatever, and they could be held to that standard. But if we want to make it enabling, then say, if you want to change your standard on what a majority is, you can do that, but we're not going to tell you what you have to do.
That's an interesting concept. I would just point out that we just voted down the previous bill is to change the association's voting authority to approve a budget, and say we want to keep the current law in its current form. So I would be a little careful with that. I would say that many, many, many moons ago, and I don't know how many people in the room were around when I was around. This actually was a hot issue up in Brenton Woods when the developer, and you had 10 years to develop out the houses, and it didn't get developed, and the homeowners association refused to give him permission to fill out the development, and it was and back then, the Attorney General's office said in no uncertain terms that the state should not be getting involved in these arguments, should not be involved in this at all, that these are absolute property rights. And you all hear about how sometimes when there's property needs to be done, and you've got to go find distant cousins or any relative, anybody who could have had some connection. And that was 100%. There was no 80, and we lowered it to 80%. We ended up doing it to 80%. We ended up lowering the number. But I'm just saying that this is a very sensitive issue because people who sign that deed expect deed restrictions to be held up by law. Representative Weston.
Yeah, thank you. I think that a lot of the testimony was about the visual aspect of having solar panels on the houses.
I
and
think
I
that's what I heard,
understand
too.
that a
Yeah.
lot of people don't like the way they look. But
don't.
shingles are being developed now that have that same capability. And I think the whole argument is going to change considerably as soon as we have those shingles available. They'll look just like any other roof.
Yeah, hopefully. I've always wondered about, the steel roofs and why we can't somehow, when that sun is out and hitting that steel and it's really warming up that steel, that we can't capture that energy somehow. And I've always wondered somebody should be working on that technology. Yes. Yes.
Just one last point. The last constituent to whom I spoke about this is in favor and brought up the point that the last thing that she would want to do is to deny her neighbor the opportunity to save money and to have clean energy for how something looks. And she reported to me that there was an ungodly piece of artwork that is on the porch of the neighbor next door. And the issue of aesthetics really is not as strong as the issue of healthy, clean living and clean air and clean heat. And so her point is, I will live with the ungodly artwork next door, but I'll really want to make sure that that person who wants to have better heating and better energy has that opportunity to do so. So just to clarify the kinds of input that I've been getting. And by the way, I am not in a homeowners association. There has not been clarity about that. I live in a condo association.
Condo,
And
yeah.
I cannot have solar energy. I would love to have it, but that's not an option to me because of the structure that I've chosen to live in.
The building can't really handle it. So, Representative Ham.
Thank you for taking my question. I feel fairly strongly on both sides of this issue, knowing a bit about it and understanding both points of view. There is a public interest here to encourage homeowners to take advantage of things that have a public good or a public benefit. There are associations that have been around a long time, and perhaps the state of the art was different when they were formed, and why to require folks that are building new in the development, another phase of it, need to stick with a standard that was the standard in 1980 or 2010 with all the standards changing so quickly and dramatically in construction, in heating sources and all the basic aspects of building. I just wondered if we have another choice to do with this bill, something else we can do with this bill, not kill it, not pass it, because I think myself, I feel about equally strongly on both sides of this issue, wanting to maintain. That's why you buy into an association. You want to guarantee that the community is going to look pretty much as you chose to buy into, versus the opportunity to take advantage of changes in technology and changes in standards over time and not be stuck building a chalet style or putting in a type of energy source that is no longer in vogue. So I feel
So
strongly on both
this
sides.
bill does not address any new projects going forward.
But
And I would venture to say, I would be very surprised if anybody who was going forward with a new homeowners association wouldn't actually
Right.
want to have PVs and wouldn't be urging people to do it.
So-
Because I'm sure the contractor would love to charge that extra
Right.
onto that building and putting it up. So I can't imagine going forward with any new project. This is only for ones that are already built
and fully built out,
and fully
not
built out.
any empty lots
No,
or fully
like I
built
say,
out.
the empty lots would be the developer can, when he sells the deed, he can then write whatever he wants in that deed, and certainly I'm sure they would make permission for photovoltaics.
Well, further, in that case, they know what they're buying. They know exactly what they're buying.
Correct.
Exactly what the community looks like, exactly what they're getting and what they're agreeing to.
So you okay with killing this bill?
If that is the case, that
Yes.
it only applies to existing situations and you know
Correct.
exactly that you're buying something that's
Does not have PVs and doesn't allow it. Because because there's some stick in the muds in that community won't change the rules.
and they have the opportunity to go to their
Neighbors
association
and.
meeting.
Exactly.
In that case, if it does not cover anybody, they know what they're getting, they know what they're buying. They're
Right.
not buying a lot and having to be unable to take advantage of new technology, then I guess I would say ITL it.
Okay, great. Representative Johnson, seconds by Representative Ham, moves inexpedient to legislate. Any discussion? Representative Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sort of in the same position that Representative Ham is in. We built at a homeowners association in '92 here in Concord up at Mountain Green. And it was $25 a year to put flowers by the front entrance. That was really the only thing we contributed to. I remember that we weren't allowed to hang clothes where anybody could see them. Well, we have our dryer is manufactured in 1968. I've never used it. My kids used to come home from college and use it. So we always hang our clothes, but they weren't where anybody could see them. We moved after the kids left. We didn't need a big house. So we built up the road a bit. And then a new homeowners association went in on Sanborn Road. Very nice association. That was really different, though. They only own, even though they have beautiful homes, and they start around 500, they only own 6 feet out from the foundation. The rest of it is common area. Where the other homeowners association, we had between 3/4 and 2 acres per lot.
Right.
So I started, so when this bill came up, I had to start thinking about what that difference was. I would like to see this interim study. I really think that there are different kinds of homeowners associations out there with different ideas of how solar could be incorporated. And as we heard just yesterday, the underreporting and underestimating by our government of where we are, of all governments, just not our government, but all governments, of where we are as far as how we reduce our reliance on fossil fuel is much lower than what it really is, than what's being reported. We have got to make some difficult decisions about how we reduce our reliance on fossil fuel, and that means everybody. So I would like to see those of us that are on the fence about this consider an interim study motion.
I mean, and what are you going to get with an interim study? I mean, at the end of the day, it's the question is, are you going to force homeowners associations to accept something that evidently some members of that homeowner association don't want to accept? That's, to me, that's the policy of the bill. Forget about the solar. I mean, there could be something even better than solar out there, okay? That we would all sit there and say, why? What is wrong with that person that they doesn't want to agree to that?
The idea that this committee could vote as interim study as a recommendation means that the subject can continue to be discussed. And I think that's a different message than just killing it and saying, nope, we're not going to do anything. And that's why we have interim study as an option. And so I would like to see us be able to consider that.
Yes, Connie.
I just like to respond to what you said, and I do understand your point of view. I understand all the points of view because this is a complex issue, even though at its heart and soul, it isn't. You're looking at it from the point of view that we are forcing the associations to accept something that they don't want. And my constituents are asking me to come to you and say, we'd like to have you look at the rights of the individual homeowner who's paid the mortgage, who's paid the bills, who owns the building, to look at those rights instead. So just to give you the other side of the viewpoint. Thank you.
So what you really want us is to urge new future homeowners associations to consider allowing solar.
Well, that's true. That's not this bill, but
So,
sure.
right.
I think we need
So,
to urge. I think Christie's viewpoint is
well, I'm trying to
very
spin
valid.
this, how we're going to rationalize why we would keep this bill alive. That somehow to urge homeowners associations to be nice to their neighbors and do something for them and let them, save energy. And that how good that be for the greater good of all of us.
I mean,
if they just put PVs
you know,
in.
and I know that interim study is a gentle kill.
Yeah, generally.
Okay, whereas second year, I mean,
In
let's get
second
real
year.
about this.
In the second year,
But I
yes.
still think we can send a message, as a committee that says, okay, it is a complex issue. It is worth continuing a discussion. And that we in Commerce do feel that solar voltaic cells are something that's happening in the future. Hopefully I get mine in the next 3 weeks.
So how do the Republicans feel about that?
Mr. Speaker, as a former nuclear reactor operator, I am very much in support of nuclear energy.
Oh, should we talk? Everybody should have a nuclear fusion in their backyard.
I started working on a
Hydrogen
plan several years
fusion.
ago, how each individual home could have its own little reactor to generate centuries worth of free electricity. And I'm not joking.
Okay.
So, nuclear, I'm very much in support of nuclear energy, and we need to pursue that every bit as much as we pursue anything else.
Representative Patusek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I look at the homeowners association as a private business, semi-private business, owned by a group of stockholders who are the homeowners. And it's not the job of this committee to mandate anything to a private business in this way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Motion is inexpedient to legislate. And I think we've discussed this enough. All those in favor of inexpedient to legislate, raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And those opposed? Oh, wait, excuse me. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Just Okay. And all opposed? 2, 3, wait a minute, how many? I got Herbert, Abel, yeah, Fargo, yeah, Fargo's on it. Okay. Because how many numbers did I came out? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right, so it's 7-2. So what, somebody, you couldn't vote? No. Okay. All right. All right. We're done with that.
John, may I just say that I do appreciate the input and the good dialogue that we had here.
Good.
Obviously, it didn't go in the direction that I wanted from my constituents, but I think we are putting us back on the radar and thinking about it, and that's part of what we do here. So thank you very much.
Okay, good. I'm glad you feel like you got a fair hearing, and then so great. Okay, next up, 1378. 1378, notwithstanding the fundamental issue of, getting a warrant for this, and then the sponsor came up with this amendment that had some, there was some limitations of when the warrant and whatever was necessary. I guess I couldn't get beyond the language of the actual law that just needs to be fixed. And so my preference would be to interim study this bill so that at least can clean up the statute and see if there were some parameters that, requiring a warrant was appropriate or not. But at this point, I'm not overly excited about taking that issue on. And I don't know, how does everybody else feel?
I agree. The only concern I had was making sure that I agree with interim studying this, and because of the age of of the current statute, it needs an overhaul.
Needs a total overhaul.
But going
yeah.
forward, there does need to be some statement to the effect of a warrant would be necessary to compel compliance. I totally agree with the idea of law enforcement and the innkeeper would have the ability to comply at their will, but when you talk about compelling compliance, you need a warrant.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, I mean, being in the vacation rental business, I don't even know where I would begin because we have no idea who's in the house. We don't, I know there are some vacation, I know one time we rented a property in, I think it was in Colorado, and they expected us to tell every name of every person that's in the house. And frankly, I didn't think it was their goddamn business, knowing what my grandchildren's names were. Like how offensive that was that I'm supposed to let them know who's there. And all you need is one name, the person who was renting.
Well, I could understand any adult, the names of any adults that are going to be on the property, having that information.
Yes, to me, this brought up so many cans of worms that it's really awkward in terms of that enforcement ability issue. I grant you that if, in my case, if a law enforcement showed up at the house and said, I want to know who's renting, the only people there is the renters, right?
And that's when you can say that's none of your business. Why do you want to know? I mean, if they come in and say, is John Doe staying here, as a law-abiding citizen interested in law enforcement trying to catch the bad guys, which we all want, you could say, oh, yes, sir, I have a John Doe named here, or that's listed as staying here. And then is he...
No, but I'm not even there. I could be out of state. I could be down in my summer home in Rhode Island when they show up to the house in New Hampshire and say, this is not that anybody paid enough attention to what's going on. I know up in Jackson, there's a lot of people who are reading about it because it was in the newspaper, the Conway paper almost every day about these rentals. But the issue is
whoever owns the property that is renting it out should know who's staying there. If you don't know who's staying there,
Yeah, I don't.
then, oh my goodness, somebody tears up your place, how do you hold them accountable?
I have a $775 deposit.
Well, that may not cover much of anything.
And
But my point is,
That may be true.
is we're looking at this is totally from a law enforcement standpoint, okay? You should know who is staying on your property. If you don't care, well, that's your business. It's kind of reckless to me, but I want to know who's staying in my home. Any adults that come in and stay in my home, I want to know who they are.
Yeah,
And
but,
so
yeah,
having that
yeah,
information
okay.
is my purview. Now, if the law enforcement comes along and says, Mr. Greason, who is staying in your home, I have the right to say, none of your business. But I also have the right to say, well, who are you looking for and why? And if I feel like I want to answer the question, I can answer the question. If they say specific names, I can say yes or no. But to compel my compliance, you better have a warrant. If you want to come and search the property, you better have a warrant. So, you know, we're looking
Well, they're
at
not
it from-
searching the property.
I understand that.
They want to see if a name, a person they're
Yeah,
looking for
sure.
is registered in the
and
registry.
anybody who's not trying to harbor criminals is going to be like, yeah, this guy's staying here. Go get him off my property. You know. So I'm just saying that having a list of names is not an unreasonable thing, but you don't have to give that to anybody
Right.
unless they have a warrant in which that compels you to comply.
Okay. Yeah, I hear you. I think that the warrant is going to be a problem, but I think at least we need to rewrite the statute and let's see how we can get there. But I don't know. The warrant might be problematic. But anyways, let's see what the study committee comes up with. Okay. Yes, Rich.
Yes, thanks. I thought that when we had the hearing, representatives of law enforcement made a very good case for why this is helpful to them. And I didn't completely understand the proponents of this bill, and I thought that was a weaker presentation. But it also seems to me that this really ought to go to public safety. I wish we could just refer it to them and let them figure it out. But I guess we can't do that. So we can't.
Too late.
Okay. All right. So it's our responsibility.
It's our bill now.
So I think it actually should be ITL'd, but that's my opinion.
Representative Bartlett.
I feel the same way. I mean, I can support the interim study, but I just soon see it killed.
Yeah, to me, we got to clean up the statute. I can't let that sit there like that, you know. So, Representative Fargo.
I think there were two things that concerned me when we were hearing from the law enforcement people, because it takes 8 to 48 hours to get a warrant, which could impede their ability to prevent a crime. But it also, if they needed to identify victims in the case of, you know, something happening, that would be a problem as well. So I think the bill as it stands is pretty flawed. I agree that probably the statute or whatever should be rewritten, but this particular bill, I would like to see it inexpedient to legislate.
Okay.
Mr. Chair. There are such things as exigent circumstances and probable cause, things that law enforcement officers understand as to when and how they can enter a property and what things they can and cannot do. Again, if it's a matter that's a completely different matter. If there's a crime in progress, or if a criminal has left the scene and entered that establishment, that's completely different from going in and saying, is John Doe staying here? And that's the way this was presented. And so, do you have a list of the occupants of this establishment? And the innkeeper can say, no or yes, or I don't have to answer. What we're getting down to is compelling compliance.
Who
And
would
it
like
has-
that?
And it has nothing to do with.
Leave it up to the innkeeper to decide.
What's that?
Leave it up to the innkeeper to decide.
Well, the innkeeper can answer questions, or they can refuse to answer questions. But in order to compel compliance, you need the warrant.
Yeah, I watched French Kiss this weekend. It's one of my wife's favorite movies with Meg Ryan, and the concierge said, no, I can't. In terms of whether he was still there at the hotel. So I guess there is something to be said that it should be the innkeeper's rights to decide whether they really want to share it. I know that you guys probably won't agree with that, but the compelling, because it could be an awkward situation because you're looking at the person's computer. You're saying, I want, how does the innkeeper have a right? But we'll discuss this come September. We'll have this conversation. So, well, I think we know your position. You would be opposed to it. You're adamantly opposed. You would like to see this bill die a quick death. I get that. So, Representative.
Thank you. I agree with the interim study because I see there is a balance here between public safety and the rights to expect privacy. And so I think interim study, I think we need to think carefully where that line is between your expectation of privacy when you rent something versus concern for safety, for other folks' safety. So I would agree with the interim study.
Okay. All right. So Representative McAleer, I'll let you vote on this one since I feel bad about the last one. Okay. All those in favor of interim study, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Okay. 10 to 0. All right.
And who made the motion?
Who made that motion? Oh, yeah. I guess. Well, let's see. Representative Hunt, and second by Representative Petusek. I believe is what I did. Okay. Okay. So this is, only this list is, okay, so now I have, relative weights and measures, I have Hunt, Ham, Johnson's, Abel, Herbert, Fargo, Weston, and McAleer. Okay, I move ought to pass.
Yep.
So Representative Johnson seconds my motion. Okay, so Hunt, Ham, Johnson, Abel, Herbert, Fargo, Weston, and McAleer. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Moved unanimously. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Will's gone, but. All right. Relative to consumer rights regarding towing of vehicles, who would like to make the inexpedient motion? Representative Weston. And
It's this one.
seconded by Representative Ham. Okay. Any discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay. All those in favor, raise your hand. Those opposed? You moved unanimously 9 to zip. Okay. Relative to privacy of online customer information. So this bill, it seems like a lot of states are playing with a lot of different ideas with this, and my feeling is that we should interim study it. Just we want to pay attention to what's going on in other states and see what's happening. My concern is that some states might be passing it and no one actually uses the statute, that it just sits there, and that, if you guys know me, that's an anathema for the way I do business. I want to make sure we actually pass something that solves the problem. The right of private action of people trying to sue Verizon or sue their income, that seems like a nightmare. I just don't know how that is ever going to work, the right of private action. You know, you really you got to have something that you could give the the Attorney General something to work with. But yes, Representative.
If you interim study this, do you have any idea which direction you're going to go to make it into a workable bill?
My attitude would be is just to collect information, what's going on in all these different states, and the case laws of what's going on in those states, and seeing what's really happening.
But you don't have any
I really have no clue on how to handle this. I really don't. I don't do Facebook because there's no way I could ever feel safe with Facebook. You know, you never know who's there, who's connected, and then you look at this. You know, they keep changing the long list of things you can check in and get in and out. And I go, oh my God, this is.
I thought your comment, that gentleman who was here about, yep, you're officially a nerd. I mean, he was just talking over the top
Oh yeah,
of
he was
us.
definitely talking over in terms of how.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As somewhat of a
President.
nerd, I guess. The truth is, if you really understand the technology, these broadband providers, they don't even access your data. They're picking up packets and moving them. That's all they're doing.
Right, they're the mailman.
Yeah.
Yeah, to ask the
And I
mailman what's
thought
in
that was-
in my mail,
Yeah.
and screen my mail is, you know.
And that was a good analogy.
But of course, there's, you know, right, supposedly, right?
And the other concern I had was enforcement, and I think the Attorney General's office had quite a bit to say about this as well. And, you know, if nothing else, I think that whole piece of it needed to be revisited,
Right. And not that I want to pick a fight, but you remember, for those of us who've been on this committee, we've had this issue several times, and we've struggled with it. You know, and we struggled. Right, in this case, it was, right. And you know, in my mind, let's be sure we can, you know, we really think what we're doing is going to address the problem.
If that's the case, then why don't we ITL it?
yeah,
Which is what we did to the last version.
I agree.
You want to just kill it? I don't know.
Yep.
You guys, how do you guys feel about just killing it?
I think this problem is much bigger than these 3 pages. There's a real concern about our information, and it is a commodity, and people are multi-billionaires
Making money off of it,
just
yeah.
off of our information. So how do they get the information if we don't volunteer it? Now, when you sign up for Facebook or anything else, you're volunteering a lot of information, and then when you conduct commerce online, they have your information, and then of course we have data breaches that we always hear about, you know, years after it's been, oh hey, somebody had the names of, like, even Department of Defense and Social Security have had data breaches, and so, personal defense personnel records. I don't know how the internet service provider, how we can even regulate them in knowing whether or not they are the ones. Now, I believe they certainly have the ability to track all of your activity. There's no question that they have that capacity.
They have it, right. They
and
could
whether-
get it if they wanted to look at it.
Whether or not they do or don't, I'm sure they do. But I just don't know how in the world we could even begin to regulate this.
Well, you really hit the nail on the head when you say is, even though, and I remember talking to this guy who, before we had fiber come to the house, we actually had this guy did shortwave, and he said to me, no, in certain terms, that yes, it is capable for him to see what's going back and forth, if it was unencrypted. If it's encrypted, he can't see it. But if it was unencrypted, and let's face it, a lot of stuff we do, we don't pay attention to every web page and see if it's encrypted before we load it up. So, but he said, he would never do that because it just as a business policy, why would you ever want to do that? But more importantly is, how would you be able to prove that data, that information, it was them who did it? That's the thing. I mean, it's how are we gonna ever prove who's the one who actually was the
And
leak?
computers are advancing so rapidly now with quantum computing that basically there will be no encryption of anything, because as soon as you can encrypt it, you can decrypt it at the speed of light. That's what quantum computing is all about. I
Yeah.
was studying this back in my bachelor's degree. So it's a real threat, and it's really starting to happen. So
is it worth interim study, or just kill this bill and let's wait the next session to see what's going
I
on?
think we're gonna have to bring in some big brain power to help us figure out how to do
Which we don't have.
it's
We don't have brain power. When it comes to interim study, we
must
don't have that.
I must emphasize, I have a minor in physics. I still have 6 more hours to get the degree.
Okay.
So it's way beyond my head.
Yeah, Representative Ham.
I agree. I have a master's in business, and this is way beyond me or us, I think, to come up with something. We can study it and try to understand it, but I don't know what we're going to come up with. So I would be okay with ITL it, because I don't know what we'd come up with.
Okay, Representative Weston, seconded by Representative Ham, moves in expedient to legislate. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor, raise your hand. Those opposed? Moves unanimously. Okay, last but not least, requiring warning labels on consumer products containing Pfas. Oh my God. Representative Bodo.
I'm not gonna make a motion, but I have been doing a lot of research over the last, couple months about, actually, over the last 4 years about PFAS. This bill, I do know that, the state of California and Maine have passed bills, regarding PFAS. One of them is labeling, the other one is, the one in California is banning PFAS in juvenile products. So there's a lot of, there are some states that have been studying this and have moved forward, and the governors have signed bills regarding PFAS. This bill really is not ready for prime time.
That's for sure.
Interim study, we're not studying warning labels. I think we're studying how to move forward with educating people on PFAS, and not only that, the sludge now that's spread on farmlands has contaminated many farms that we know in Maine, so there's a big problem with PFAS. So I'm not sure if interim study is the way to go with this bill. We can certainly, move forward next year. I'll be here next year.
Well, we did
hopefully.
pass one study committee already on PFAS.
Right, it's Bill Boyd's.
Yeah, Boyd's bill.
Right, right.
So
So we can just roll that into,
That's what I'm saying. It really includes that.
yeah.
So we could ITL this one. Yes, Chris.
The thing that struck me was the dumping of contaminated material in New Hampshire dumps. And I would be all about saying you can't do that, but
Yeah.
I don't know, I don't know. But I mean, if it's against the law and somebody measures it, then they've broken the law. I mean,
But
No, I don't know how to do it.
Right.
But to me, that was from yeah, because I saw the stuff here. It's in everything, you know, so.
Right, so you don't know you dump the dish, the washing machine, you don't know that the
Right.
rubber ring had PFAS in it.
Right, but I just as an observation, the business about taking it from Mass and dumping it in
Right,
Manchester
that's huge too. We could-
is to me something that I definitely would go after if we could.
Yeah, solid waste is a big problem. Yes, Representative Weston.
Yeah, I'm actually encouraged by the education that's going on about this issue, and a couple of originators of PFAS up north have changed their tune, and one is ski wax. You cannot find fluoridated ski wax anymore. And the second is car washes. I work with a guy up in the Canon Advisory Commission whose business is car wash, and they're getting away from putting PFAS in the wax that you use. Simonized hot wax doesn't have it, because the word is getting out to stop it at the source, and I really think that's where we have to put our energies. But I like the idea of the study committee, because that'll just keep the
Right,
conversation
well, we have that
going.
study committee already.
Oh,
We have
okay.
that study committee already.
What, Bill Boyd's bill
Bo-
is
Interim
is
study.
PFAS,
interim study, okay.
yeah, we kept that. So we have something to keep the conversation. But it's interesting you talk about the wax, because when we bought our new Volvo, they sold us on this there's some surface that they put over it that's supposed to mean that we don't need the wax. So we're supposed to say no wax. But at the time I said, I wonder if it's got PFAS. Is that what they're doing? Putting a PFAS coat over the car or not? But
the same thing for our Prius, and quite frankly, I don't agree with them. I still wax.
you still, I will say our car is taking. It's amazing how well it's taken the.
You know it runs better when it's got a good coat of wax on it.
It's smoother, right? It gets faster. Right? For the Prius, you have to worry about that, right? I don't know. My daughter upgraded her Prius, and she's got this flashy red lead. It just looks fast just looking at it.
My father always said it ran better when it was heavy.
So just another comment about chemicals. The BPA's, years ago, there was, study committees, and now BPA is banned in, most products in the United States. You can't add BPA.
And that's where the kids' baby bottle
water
issue,
in the bottles.
the baby bottle issue
Right,
came out.
right. So we did regulate that. So there is, precedent. And so, yeah, we can kill this because we have an interim study. I'd love to be on the study committee.
Right, we have an interim study, so
Well, it's not a study committee.
we have his as an interim study, so that we can free to think about and take it anywhere we want to go with it.
So we can meet in the fall
That would meet in the
and
fall.
work on this?
Yep.
Okay. I'd like to bring, I'll do a lot of research and, with the other bills that have passed,
Okay.
in other states, and I think we really need to do something about
Yeah,
it.
it's definitely up and coming, so
But we can kill this one.
we can kill this one, if everybody's okay with that. Yeah,
And-
Representative Ham?
Yes, thank you. We do have that other study committee, and
Yep.
in my mind, this seems to be more of an environmental, scientific focus versus commerce focus as to what should have labels and what the hazards are and so forth.
It's
So
commerce,
I think
too.
it should be studied by scientists and environmentalists
Well,
and
it's funny you
not
say that, because
commerce folks.
we had an issue years ago, the bovine growth hormone.
Oh, yeah.
And they used to send it to the Ag Committee, and the Agriculture Committee, they just struggled over it. They just didn't know how to handle it. They didn't. It was at the end of the day, often it would come to the floor with a split vote. That they couldn't make up a decision. They couldn't, and finally they sent the bill to Commerce, and Commerce said, no, this is an issue that absolutely, if to take it completely opposite, rather than telling you whether you had, the terms of the growth hormone, they actually started using as a marketing tool to say, no, we
No.
don't have So we didn't need to do it. So sometimes the reason you send it to Commerce is because we don't get too bogged down on the science, that we talk about what is really going on in the marketplace and what is the right, how the market's going to handle a product. And I've always said, that, what is wrong with a business just saying, and wear it with a pride of honor. If they think bovine growth hormone is a good thing, then let them advertise that, or vice versa. If they think it's a bad thing, then they should be able to advertise it without having the state intervening. So, okay. Who would like to make the motion? Yeah, you're not on the committee, but yeah, right. Right. Okay, Representative McAleer. So, Chris, we'll go over these, before we take them up on the exec. We'll go over and talk about which ones people want to. Okay. And so, anybody who wants to take it for the full committee, just make sure you let your leader know if you want to take it. Okay. Representative McAleer, seconded by Representative Ham, moves ITL. McAleer. McAham. No, McAleer and Ham. Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those opposed? So moved unanimously. All right, we did it. And look at that.
John,
And you thought that was a big list and we were going
Can
to
I-
be here all morning, right?
Can I ask a question?
a question for you,
Yes.
John? I noticed that next week, Wednesday's schedule includes all of these bills.
I did, and I will see if I could intervene now and see if I can change it. But I do know we have 1503 is still there. So we will have to meet no matter what for 1503. The
Anyway.
problem is I have to close the calendar at Wednesday at noon. And my goal, just to be, so you all know, is my goal is for us to be done next week on Thursday.
But we can't meet on just one day?
Yeah, is there any way
'Cause
we
that's
could
a
do
lot
it
for people
Thursday
to come
morning,
down.
so we don't have to come both days? I mean, to come
And you
from one
too.
bill seems,
Well, we still have the afternoon bill. Well,
but those are different.
there are
different
subcommittees. Let me find out whether I can cancel subcommittees and move things around, and then just have everything come on Thursday.
That
but-
would be great.
You would rather just do this one day.
Well, yeah, to drive that far to talk about one bill, to me seems,
Well, it wouldn't be just one bill. In terms of Wednesday, if we were really able to get everything done, I'd be, well, I don't know. They close. I know officially the calendar doesn't come out until tonight.
Right.
But how much I can cook it. Let me see what I can do. But I think we can actually just announce the subcommittees are not meeting.
Okay. But it would be really good if it were just one day
It
for
would-
everybody to come.
I will,
Even if
let's
starts at
aim
9,
that, because we did so well, and assuming we're going to do just as well this afternoon, let's assume that anything that's still hanging out there will be done Thursday morning.
Okay.
And then we
I
can do
think that would be
Thursday.
good, and I think,
That's good.
even if we start at 9 o'clock, it means a full day, but it's only one full day.
I hear you.
Because you come a long ways, too.
Okay, everybody likes the one day.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. But my goal is that we would be done that day. Next Thursday, we would exec everything on. So that means you have to stay here no matter how late or how bad the snowstorm is. That a week from now. So. All right, so I'll go. You guys want to go to lunch?
Yeah.
Okay.
back this afternoon. Thank you for coming down, Chris.
Oh, my pleasure.
Back this afternoon here. You know what, though?
Interesting.
Jane,
It's always-
do you want to be in on a caucus? We gotta have a caucus.
Yeah.
Before we, okay. So, I will do a caucus Monday or Tuesday. One day, which day you like better?
Probably Monday,
Okay.
but I can work around.
Let me grab Joyce.
I can work around.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let me see what I can do.
because I don't have to drive far. Connie? You're not here, you're here this afternoon? Yeah. Yeah, the liquor bills.
I'm gonna hang out with you guys this afternoon too. From my Tuesday, even though if I can't vote.
Yeah, I don't typically speak at a subcommittee that's
I'm doing crazy eggs. I'm doing eggs. I'm doing infinity. I'm doing infinity.
That's scary, 'cause some of those books are big, too, I wouldn't.
Well, but that's why you tell the kids, go up and out. You can. I'm telling you. Hey, I remember. But they have lecture series on it.
Representative McConnell? Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, okay, we're gonna have a caucus on Monday morning at 8:30. I'll send out a notice today.
Yep,
But I wanted to make sure everybody got it on the calendar.
Yep.
Because we have to obviously.
Is, are you, going downstairs for lunch?
We're debating. Want to join us for lunch elsewhere?
Where are you gonna go?
Across the street?
Where, Tandy's?
No.
What, where?
Either one.
Is the,
Barley House?
Barley House still there?
Oh. Mhm.
Or you want to like go to the Red Arrow or something? Or
There's a red arrow here?
yeah, it's up on, is it Loudon Road or Airport?
Nah.
Loudon Road, it's easy.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't mind driving, you're the one who's parked by the door.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'd rather just walk. I'm just gonna,
You want to just go across the street?
Yeah.
You're not going to walk to the Red Arrow. I got news for you.
yeah, and I'm not going to the red arrow
You
anyway.
don't know the direction it's in anyway, so we're not telling you north, south, east, or west. So there, try to walk to it. Go ahead, Jen, walk to it. So.
Walk
Barley
across
or-
the street?
Barley or Candies?
Barley works for me, Candies works for me, I really don't care.
Barley's good.
Yeah, I think it's good, it's good choice. All right, let's do it.
Are you put everybody on the East Lady Road?
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, like, my sweater hangs longer than my coat.
Oh, mine does too.
Well, you know, I'm just telling you, I don't think I medicated my dog this morning. I think all the pills,
Is it gonna be crazy when
the
you
pills are in cheese balls that are on the counter that I meant to hand to her.
What do you give?
Oh, this dog is a
I'll meet you by the elevator.
lovable joy, a lot of fun, a huggy, lovable mess. Now I'm looking to find a behaviorist. I've got her on anxiety pills right now, and allergy pills. The allergy pills are getting until I can have her tested to find out which food I should have her on.
Yeah.
And I've got an insurance policy, so it's covered on that, but I just have to.
I think if you find food that does not have, carbohydrates in it, or,
I've got her on salmon diet.
what?
Salmon.
Oh, okay, all right. But no wheat.
Protein, no, that's protein for that. And also protein, that's expensive because of. Anyway, can I say that much?
Sorry, Jane, are you staying?
Yeah, I'm going to lunch and then I'm coming back.
Which one do you want? Liquor? Oh, I got you, yeah, of course. Then, I'll see you, and I'll be here all afternoon.
Okay. So here.
I have a sewing lesson with my granddaughter in the Thursday afternoon.
Nice.
So I've gotta go down to Joanne's and get some materials for her project. You wanna turn off your mic? I'll get it.
Do you have
Okay, so the two other amendments, they were sent to me unbeknownst to me because I don't check my emails. So hopefully we will get those. So let's just take the one we got in hand and get this one out of the way. So that is HB 1039. Okay. Okay, so HB 1039 started out with my original bill that I put in for the Liquor Commission related to clarifying that a beverage manufacturer, if they want to have this off-premise location, that they don't have to actually manufacture at that location, which was generally thought to what the bill was to be, but it didn't really state it clearly. And but that it was modeled, if you all remember, we modeled it after what we did with the wine bill, Madame LaBelle's bill, which was for her to have an outside location, which was clearly trying to make wine in a shopping mall was probably not a good idea. And so this will allow them to have a separate location, and it clarifies it. We did get an AG's opinion that what we wrote did say that, but this clarifies it once and for all. In the hearing, I then brought in two more issues that the Liquor Commission had come to them. And as you'll remember, they've been audited and been thoroughly reviewed in multiple cases. And so two other issues that came up, well, the one main issue was the idea of someone actually taking a license for multiple years, in which nobody has ever thought that that was a good idea and never been used. But evidently I was around when we passed that. But maybe that was the year I was not on the committee. Did we figure that was maybe the year I wasn't on the committee that year? Well, I probably thought it was a good idea. It was a good business thing that why have to fill out a form every year? Why not do it every other year? But so anyway, the auditor said if no one's ever done it, get it off out of the statute. So that's what Section 3 is to remove that. And then Section 2 is this is the devil's in the details when you write laws, and that this is someone who's a direct shipper who the commission becomes attention to somebody who's shipping into the state, but the person never filed with the state and paid us their 8%, the John Hunt Memorial 8% tax. And instead, they just waited, and then the commission points it out, well, you lost your license, and they just waited 90 days, and then they started up again. So this is to ensure that when they lose their license, they really lose their license. John Hunt's rule of licensure. So, any questions on the amendment? Or the underlying bill? So there's another one, and I just sent it to you.
Hark, another one.
No, yeah.
Sorry.
No problem. No, it was right there.
This one again. Wait,
Okay, so this is. Okay, so the other one is the Farmer's Market. In that one.
Mr. Chair, are you getting any of these electronically? Could we? I know. Can we send them to the whole committee? I know. I know you can't group it. I know you can't group it on your phone, but Representative Weston's watching. Kristen, maybe you could send it to the committee? That, yeah. Oh, okay, got it.
Any discussion on 1039? Yes.
Thank you. I just want to understand the multi-year licenses and why that's being repealed. You
Yeah,
kind of glossed over
nobody
it.
ever used it.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Nice idea, but, you know,
I just didn't know why it was, but thank you.
yeah, it was a nice idea, but nobody ever took advantage of it. But, okay. So what do I have for names on this committee? All right, Patusek.
I've got Hunt, Bolio,
Bolio,
Van Houten, Patuchek, Abramson.
Abramson, okay, so Greason is.
Is that right?
Okay, yeah, so Hunt, Patusek, Greason's gonna replace Max and Van Houten and Billio. All right?
I'm sorry, and what? I'm
Jane. Booley.
okay, Bolio, yeah, okay, got it.
How do I pronounce it correctly?
Beaulieu.
Boolio.
Beaulieu. On the west side, eh?
I never took French, but Boulio. Boulier.
Beaulieu.
Boulier? Boulou.
Was your
Boulou.
dad
Boulou.
mayor?
Boulou. I remember
he was
this.
the mayor of
I
Manchester.
remember that.
Yeah.
And he ran for governor. Boulou. Boulou. I guess nobody pronounced it right? That's like, you know,
Even in my family, they pronounce it different, so.
right. Well, it's like, you know, here we thought it was key, Kiev, but now it's cave, you know, the pronounce.
Okay.
I'm talking. So I'm like Kiev. It's actually Kiev.
It actually depends on which language you're using.
Right. Let alone the Russian language probably has a whole nother.
Who do you want to offend?
Yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah, we gotta move the
Okay.
amendment first, right?
All right. So Representative Hunt, second by Representative Patusek. Okay, to pass on the amendment. And amendment number 028.
4H.
Okay, all those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. 1,
Five,
2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, ought to pass as amended. Representative Hunt, Patusek. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, great.
Like that. All right. What do you want to take second?
All right. Well, I'm waiting, we're waiting for these amendments here. All right, so now I have, all right, so I have 1583 now. Okay. Okay, so. Okay, so 1583 had several parts. The first two were related to locations of liquor stores, which was, could understanding that trying to enforce that is a nightmare. So the amendment takes that out. And the third section of the bill was their hours of operation. And the question was to remove Easter, because Easter's not a high holiday. This is something close to a holiday. But then when I sat down with the liquor commissioner and we were discussing this, and we're reading the paragraph that says it's already the commission may in its discretion. So, well, if it's got discretion, then why tell them any days? Let them decide and operate and what days they want. So we're moving any particular day, so we're not offending anybody religiously, except maybe somebody cares about Thanksgiving Day. But probably the Native Americans are probably happy to see us take that out too. So, any discussions on the amendment? Kate, do you want a copy or? Just. Okay. Any comments? Kate, do you want to tell us how terrible this is? How bad this is? So it could be potentially that we could actually have a liquor store open on Thanksgiving and Christmas, but that only would be if the Liquor Commission thought that was a good idea. You know, Santa Claus needs a place to stop when he comes to New Hampshire. Right. All right, seeing no discussion. All right, the Representative Petusik.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say that I just think it particularly targets Christians.
No, that's what I say. We took it out, so it doesn't target anybody. The problem was that we were theoretically open on Passover,
Well,
but not on Easter.
It says it may open for business on any Sunday or legal holiday. You don't even need that sentence in there now. I'm saying this is specifically targeting those who practice a Christian faith.
No, that's all right. Let it fly.
I thought I was going the opposite direction. By taking out any identifying holidays. Okay, but you're entitled to your opinion.
You actually don't even need this section of the law. You can repeal the whole section of the law.
It says a courtesy.
I think I wouldn't be surprised that the unions might want to see this paragraph.
Okay.
Okay. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All those opposed?
4 to 1. This passes.
Just give me, it's fine.
Okay. Okay. Okay, this is ought to pass an amendment. And the amendment. What's the amendment number?
838 H. 838.
2 sec. Okay. All right, Representative Petusek. Seconded by Representative Hunt. Moves ought to pass as amended. All those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Great. Okay. All right, so we have 1613 now.
Yes.
All right. And 1613 was a very long, extensive bill. And opened up lots of different subjects about how we want to treat farmers with, when it comes to liquor. But at the end of the day, the fundamental issue, as I saw it, is that how much a farmer has to pay the state of New Hampshire for a license. And so instead of paying $1,692 a year, that they would be able to get a license for $300. Any questions? And the Liquor Commission's here smiling, so he must be happy. Yeah, why don't you sit here and so that everybody can hear you loud and clear. And you have to push the button. There you go. Perfect.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Aiden Moore. I'm the legal coordinator for the State Liquor Commission. And I just wanted to, on your comments, Mr. Chairman, that this amendment would not be limited to just farmers.
Right.
This would be for any business person who decides they want to open a starter
A nano.
distillery.
You're going to go there.
And I didn't use the word nano.
I know you didn't.
So that it has broad implications.
Yes, it definitely opens up more opportunity for people to be in the business. But in the end of the day, they still got to get a federal license, which is going to be much more of a bear than our state license. So.
Representative Hunt, did you put together this? Did you
You
draft
might have
this
to pull the
amendment?
mic.
Did you
Yeah.
draft this amendment
Yes, I did.
with the Liquor Commission?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thanks. But did you just say it's gonna open up a can of worms?
No. The can of worms. I mean, when you get a federal license,
Right.
they have huge requirements,
So you
and
get it
you
there.
know, so the fact that we have a state license is pretty limited in terms of what we do, but it's not. But in this case, we've taken out. You know, obviously, we just saved them $1,300 to get in terms of getting a license. So this. No, I'm confused. This is 08 308.
Question,
What was the
Mr.
last
Chairman?
one? Okay, yes, Representative Greason.
Question, in the original bill, it has the section 1 that talks about 65% of the final product shall be from products grown in New Hampshire. What happens to that section?
All of that is gone.
All
Okay,
that's
so
gone.
if you look at the amendment, and this is always good
Yep,
things
just
to
wanna-
learn,
yep.
is that it starts out on line 5, it says amend the bill by replacing all
Mhm.
after the enacting clause. That basically means everything that was in the original bill.
I got that, but then
It's
you've
gone.
got 3A.
So then.
So what happens to 1 and 2?
So then to find the RSA that we're amending, they're saying in section, so that little 1 there means section 1 of the bill, new paragraph. So they're saying that in RSA 178.6, if you go find paragraph 3, you're going to now add a new paragraph, 3A.
Okay.
And then in that 3A.
Because this was creating a
is
new
the actual
section
creating that
I got it.
there's somebody under 1,000. And then section 2 of the bill says, now let's go to RSA 178.29 Roman numeral 5, little b. And in this section, we're going to identify the dollar amounts that those licensures are. Okay, everybody got it?
Big X.
All right. Representative Hunt, Petusek.
Yep.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? So move unanimously. Motion
OTPA.
by Petusek.
Yep.
Hunt. All those in favor of the bill as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? 5-0.
Cool. 15.
Sorry we didn't give you good and everything you wanted, but I think this is a huge step, and we thank you for bringing this to our attention. Yes. Usually, when it gets to well, actually, it's now going to be says it'll be relative to certain liquor manufacturers, so it will not say farmers anymore. Okay. 1556. Okay, 1556. All right. We have the amendment.
282 each, which we have from
Which one's this? Is yeah, we already did 1556, didn't we?
January 25th.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yes. All right, so 1556. I believe I forwarded it to everybody, was the bulletin, but I'm not sure, did you guys get the bulletin? It was a bulletin, is that a bill or is that a bulletin? Yeah. Oh, shimmy. Okay, so what, this, to remind everybody what this bill was the one in which it became to our attention that if you had multiple liquor licenses, that the commission may require you to have to use separate registers to use the different purchases. So if you were a beverage manufacturer and also had a restaurant, and you're in the restaurant, you had a nice meal and say, now can I take a 6-pack home? They might be apt to send you to a different cash register to get that 6-pack. So what this bulletin makes it clear is that will not be necessary, that as long as their point-of-sale software is able to handle those multiple transactions so that they can, the licensee can appropriately give the commission exactly what sales of that category, that license information, that there would be no need to have a separate point-of-sale system. So at this point, I don't want to kill the bill only because I would like to hold on to it so we can actually see, come back in September and hear everything is, so I can ask and yes. What's up?
Does that bulletin include the convenience store issue that the sponsor brought the amendment, the hearing with regard to if you have a convenience store and a food store in the same building?
Is this amendment here? The licensee who offers on the site may use the same point of sale as liquor license. So would the bulletin handle this, Aiden?
I think there's a misunderstanding as it relates to the example that was provided. My recollection of that example is that a business that...
Why don't you come over to the microphone, please?
Thank you, sir. My understanding from the example, if I recall the example correctly, is a business that holds what we call a combination license, beer and wine license, has within their facility, a separate food operation that
Right.
prepares food to go or
Operates a food store.
then that they needed to have 2 registers. And I am here to tell you that that is not correct. That the only licensee, the only transactions that needed to be recorded for the purposes of alcohol, 1 register will do it. If I decide I want to get milk, 6-pack of beer, and go get myself a meatball sub from the food side of the house, there's no need to have that done through a separate register. That's just not accurate.
Okay.
So it's not in the guidance document
But-
because it's not accurate. It's not required.
Right.
And if it
So,
wa-
hence the reason why I'd like to interim study this bill, so that we will have a chance to come in September just to make sure if anybody hears of a horror story where they had to use separate point-of-sale systems.
Well, I would also point out to the chairman and the committee members that we always encourage businesses who have questions to contact the commission. If you're not sure, or if you're relying upon information that's provided to you by someone else, you can get the answer to your question from the commission, and we'll be happy to answer that for you. And unfortunately, over my time, there are a lot of business people who sometimes will rely upon comments offered to them by someone else saying, well, you can't do that because I was told you can't do that 20 years ago, and it's not accurate. So we would strongly encourage any business owner who holds a license from the commission, if they have questions, contact us. We want to make sure you get clarity in the questions that you have to ask.
Yeah, I would say that there is two issues here. One is that absolutely there are times where people rely on old news, old information, or let's just say wives' tale. I always thought that was true. But there also, the other problem with this is when a auditor comes in and the person, the licensee, starts trying to produce the reports, and the auditor says, you don't have this on a separate point-of-sale system, and kind of grouchy, I have to, spend a little more time here sorting through your numbers or something, that and this would only be an audit, because most of the time, the licensee just fills out the form and mails it in. So this would be an audit, and sometimes it's a little scary to have an auditor there, and they seem a little rough and gruff, that the licensee might be fearful to say, can I talk to your boss and see whether you really have to have it done separately?
I'll make sure the examiner named Amy knows that she's being portrayed as a rough, gruff, scary person.
That she needs to say in a friendly, happy voice, I'm so glad to see that you have your information as readily available as you do.
But to address Mr. Thompson's question, and the industry circular that was produced
Yes.
in relation to 1556 was to clarify the issue that was presented at a beverage manufacturer's facility. So that it's written in that vein alone. We did not address this question that Mr. Thompson mentioned because it's not an issue as far as we
As far as you're concerned, but maybe for the licensee, that when it came time for Amy that maybe they felt
Well, Amy
different.
wouldn't be the person who would visit the retailer.
Okay.
So,
Who's that? What auditor is that?
there is no auditor that visited. I mean, they don't visit, that's not the auditors really work with manufacturers and wholesalers.
When it
Because
comes
those
to-
are the businesses that have tax liability.
Right.
And they're there to ensure that the records match up with the reports.
I would think it would always come in with someone who's also does rooms and meals.
Well, it may, if this was attributed, it would probably to be an investigator, someone from the enforcement side of the house. But, you know, I just want to make sure that it's crystal clear to you all that the requirement for a second register under that example is not necessary.
Got it.
So
Thank-
my question then, Mr. Chair, is why do we want to put this off? Why not just
Uh,
pass the amendment?
Well, there is no amendment for this one.
What? Okay, we just were given an amendment. We had the amendment in our file
For
for
1556?
It has an amendment. It's,
0282.
But that's the old, that was the old amendment, right? What's the date on that?
January 25th.
Yeah. Right, so we don't want that's not necessary.
Okay, well, okay, so then why,
So I just want to interim study 1556 period.
oh, okay.
And that way we can, if anybody has a problem, we'll hear about it come September or by September. So. All right, everybody comfortable with the motion of interim study? No amendment. That amendment came in during the hearing, and it was just thinking that it was out of the problem, but it really was no problem. But, okay. All right, so all those in favor of interim studying 1556, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Great. We're done with liquor. All right. What do we got next here? Okay. Okay, good seeing you.
I guess we gotta take 5 till they get reseated. Yeah, Fargo says she stays on liquor because it's fun.
It is, huh?
Insurance is boring, so she's leaving.
Business.
We should move along fairly.
Okay, so we got Hunt, Bartlett, Greason, Terry is here.
Is here?
Right. Okay.
Take your conversations to the.
Are we all set over here? Okay. 1559, Representative Hunt. Seconded by Representative Bartlett. Moves ought to pass on 1559. Is there any discussion on the question? So you're still, I gave you all the liquor ones. Can I have Johnson sit down for Keith? Because you're already here. So yeah. So you're in Keith. Okay. Okay. You all right? You look light.
The co-sponsor.
Yeah, okay. Okay. The question is ought to pass on the bill. Representative Hunt, second by Representative Bartlett. You were a co-sponsor, weren't you?
Yes, she is.
You're the prime sponsor of this one, okay.
Yes, she is.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion of ought to pass? Seeing none. All those in favor, raise your hand. 2, 3, 4,
That's all
5,
six.
6, 7. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 to nothing. Yeah.
I have Hunt, Bartlett. Oh, you're not on this.
No, I'm Ammon.
No, well, I just appointed Johnson Ammon.
Oh, okay. He can be Ammon. That's all right. It's 5-0 now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 6. Yeah, see, this is something got screwy with when we move people around here. Somebody's supposed to come. Should be somebody else's on this list. So we still have the Senate bill, so we'll see what happens there. Okay, next up is House Bill 1558, relative to insurance holding companies. Okay. Representative Hunt, seconded by Representative Bartlett. Moves ought to pass. Any discussion on the motion of ought to pass? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? So moved unanimously.
10, 19. Oh, I gotta go back. Oh, to the beginning.
Okay, 1019, establishing committee to study the replacement of certain professional licenses with mandatory minimum liability insurance requirements. Oh my God. Representative Bartlett.
I'd make a motion to ITL.
ITL. Seconded by Hunt. You want to speak to your motion?
Sure. There's really no enforcement. Licenses are necessary. Liability is not going to make up the difference for a license. So that's probably adequate.
It was a nice idea, but it was never going to work. So, any other discussion? Anybody want to speak to this? Speak now or forevermore hold your peace? Okay. Motion is inexpedient to legislate. All those in favor, place your hand. Okay. 6 up.
Do you want me to write the blurb? Or no, I'll, let's see, I made the motion.
We'll
do
worry
that
about
when
exec
next time.
Exact. Okay, relative to minimum non-forfeiture amounts under the standard non-forfeiture law for individual deferred annuities. And if you know what this means, okay. Representative Bartlett, second by Representative Hunt. Tell us what this bill's about, Chris.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just got to it.
I know.
Okay, this is requested by the Insurance Department. Let's see, NAIC requested to reduce the amount of interest, and we had Attorney Silverstein explain to us that this, was just necessary, and
It was a de minimis
one that was
amount,
gonna,
so that we
help make them
we didn't have
competitive
to get turned over to abandoned property.
if somebody wants an annuity, right?
You always get excited when you look and see something's on the abandoned property, then you find it's a fraction of a dollar. Okay. Jerry just walked out of the room.
Who just walked out? Oh, okay.
And, okay, all those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're good. Okay.
Boy. On Thursdays, I have sewing lessons for my 10-year-old granddaughter. I'm gonna be really early. You're doing great.
It was funny because I was looking at all the bills that we had not done the subcommittee. And I'm putting this list together, I thought, oh my God, how are we going to get through all these bills? And then I looked at the insurance ones, and I thought, oh, we're just going to speed right through these. So then it's when I scheduled the liquor to be in front, because I knew we had a bunch of amendments for them. So, you would think I've done this before. All right. Repealing the Granite State Paid Family Leave Program. All right. Okay. So, Representative Johnson's in for Kate. Okay. All right. Okay, Johnson Hunt, interim study. And you want to speak to your motion or let it lie?
Yeah, so talking with the sponsor and co-sponsors on this bill, they also have another bill very similar to this in labor. So it's almost redundant, so they're going to work with that one and we'll hold this one off for right now.
Okay, all good? All right, all those in favor of interim study, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That's it.
We're done.
Yay.